A very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and above all and more importantly, welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. Welcome to the show. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Welcome to Bomber County and home of the Typhoons and of course the historic aircraft of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, a station that started life throughout much of its history. In fact, one half of its history dedicated to Bomber Command, built in November 1940, had its first residence in 1941 in February with 106 Squadron, 106 Squadron in February of 1941 with the Handley Page Hamden bomber, followed by 106 Squadron with the ill-fated Avro Manchester that was responsible for making something beautiful, which was indeed the Avro Lancaster. Welcome to the show. Welcome to a station that today is policing, training a school for Typhoon pilots, QRA station, that's quick reaction alert, protecting UKS base and area of interest, and along with preserving and a museum without walls since 1976 for Coningsby, the arrival of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. We also have a pleasure display teams here. Don't know why I threw that in, but there you go. We also have two display teams, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and of course we've got the Typhoon display team as well. A big shout out to them. Now amongst all that, we have 5 Typhoon squadrons with various different roles. We have 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 and number 11 fighter squadrons respectively. We also have a test and evaluation squadrons, which will test the latest and greatest ordnance, avionics, software, and pretty much try to take off on a taxiway. We also have number 12 Squadron, a joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron with the Qatari Emirati Air Force interest in purchasing the Typhoons, of course. They need training, and that's their squadron here with a joint task. And finally, over here on our screens, 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit, training the latest and greatest pilots for future frontline tuning to be qualified on the Typhoon. And here we are, 29 Squadron, the main ASP. Now I'll just get you Ted on the controls just really quickly. The wind is a little bit calmer today, even though I've still strapped everything down just in case. There's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And, Ted's proud of his home. This is where he was founded. And, I gave him the name Coningsby with our first ever video here. And the journey is 3 years in, or 4 years in, sorry. Oh, 5? Is it 5 years now, Ted? It is. It's a 5. Really? 28th of May 2021 was Ted's first ever flight. I know, amazing. It was in March of 2021. The channel wasn't even born yet, that's the thing. The channel, I don't know, see, the channel had an original name, Waterfalls of Britain. And, well, we know how that went. But this is our 3rd year full-time going into live shows. Goodness me. How it all began. Right, let's concentrate on 29 Squadron. Let's go over there. And it's quite exciting. So, a pilot's career these days, of course, through decades, slightly different aircraft perhaps, but the Grob Tutor, the Prefect, this is for Typhoon or F-35. After the Prefect, it will be on to RAF Valley to fly the T6 Texan, sorry, I keep calling it a Texan T6, sorry, a different aircraft, the Texan trainer aircraft. I'll tell you why I was talking about the T6, because I was thinking about the BBMF. And after the Texan, it will be their first ever fast jet, will be on the Hawk T2 at RAF Valley again. And if it's for an F-35 career that they're tuned to, they will be selected they will go to RAF Marham and fly with their conversion unit, which is number 207. And if it's the Typhoon, they fly here with number 29 Squadron, which is the operational conversion unit. So there you go. That's so if you want to become a Typhoon pilot or an F-35 pilot, frontline combat ready pilot, they will tune you. And here comes our Typhoon now, taxiing now. Typhoon taxiing out as well. Lovely day for flying. Good day for it, isn't it? There's another 3 Typhoons now, I can see. 2 on our screen, and another one just taxiing out as well. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. We're bringing you our show from the official aircraft viewing area, the Spotters car park. So we've got 29 Squadron, which is an operational conversion unit, very, very legendary squadron. First World War, they even accumulated 26 aces through the First World War. Even had Wing Commander Guy Gibson, who at the time flying as a night fighter pilot for 29 fighter during the Second World War, scoring 4 aerial victories. But today, it's an operational conversion unit, training the latest pilots to become and tuning them to be qualified on the Typhoon. And this is where the new pilots who have passed their fast jet training, they come here. This is where the new pilots who have passed their advanced flying training, their advanced flying training course. The pilots would have been awarded their wings The pilots, after a year and a half flying the Hawk T2, a fast jet trainer at RAF Valley, now have a career path ahead of them. And of course, as we mentioned, if it's the Typhoon, it's here at Coningsby with number 29. But before we go into detail of the pilot's training path with the Typhoon, it's also important to mention that 29 also train with the weapons conversion training as well, the maintenance side of things and weapons to do with that with 29. And it's made up of a qualified flying instructor as well, who assist with the training in a hands-on student instructor approach. And it takes between 3 to 4 months for a pilot to become fully trained and qualified frontline combat ready Typhoon pilot. That is exceptional. It used to take a lot longer then. It used to take, I think it was up to 9 months. Now it's 3 to 4 months. That is a quick turnaround. And before the new pilot does actually get to fly the Typhoon, the idea is to make them a more competent Typhoon pilot, getting to know all the controls. The first thing they get to do is done through a ground school operational course, and these new pilots who have destined to have a frontline career, or they already know how to fly, so it's a case of really getting them to know every aspect about the Typhoon, including the helmet, the striker helmet, the mounted display units, and of course even the G-suit as well. The course lasts up to 8 weeks of training on the ground school, and there's a lot of BAE systems involved in that as well, who deliver the course, that get to know the Typhoon system, familiarising themselves with every aspect. And there's also a power experience where no doubt we would have seen it and didn't know. Typhoon junior pilot would have been sat in the back of the Typhoon, because they would have never experienced power like this before. So it's a case of sitting in the Typhoon T3, the family version, sit in the back, and the pilot will whack on those reheats, delivering all that power and into a performance takeoff. This is just to give them a little taste of exactly how powerful this thing is. And the pilots would have experienced nothing like it, so they will do a PTO. So after 4 months, it's the solo flight time. Now, I can tell you that qualified flying instructors I spoke to on the Typhoon, this is probably one of the most frightening experience for them. They're about to have one of the pilots they've been training on their own. But rest assured, the first thing they do is to actually taxi out. They practice a little taxi run first. That's all they do on their first time in a Typhoon. And we may even get to see it today. And wow, this is coincidence. This looks like one already. Look at this. So the first time a pilot gets in a Typhoon, will just carry out a taxi run. This is amazing. But the next time they go in a Typhoon, it's time to fly. Right, just 1 second, we've got a departure. But flying doesn't mean they're qualified. There's a lot of simulation work which will lead on to the final experience and the final examinations that they would need to undertake. At the end of the day, the whole point is to become frontline combat ready. So they'll do a series of tests where their qualified flying instructor will fly with the junior pilot and carry out a simulated dogfight. And the idea is for the student pilot to lock on to their qualified flying instructor. It's not a complete fail if they don't get it in time, because it is timed. If the qualified flying instructor feels that they are capable and there are scenarios where, you know, unfortunate events happen, maybe bad weather, or if the qualified flying instructor believes in the junior pilot, they will just continue and carry on. That shot with the Typhoon flying over on takeoff while the junior pilot is on their first time in a Typhoon. If that's not inspiration enough, I bet they're buzzing in this map. I bet he's, or she, the pilot is absolutely buzzing. So we wish this pilot the very best in their frontline career. I hope they qualify successfully, and wish them the very best from all of us, the Ted Coningsby channel. I wonder what inspired this pilot to join the Royal Air Force. I mean, one, it must be a very proud moment to serve the country, all trades, whether Army, Navy, Royal Marines, and of course Royal Air Force, a legacy. Air Force naturally being the younger of all trades, as aviation didn't exist until the 20th century. So the pilot may do one or two, I think it's two, I can't remember, we've had this before, haven't we? Two taxi runs around certain holding points back to the main ASP. Give them that confidence of taxiing in their Typhoon It's not exactly a Fiat 500, is it? You know. Nicely done. Look at that. Some people have trouble parking a Mini. Look at this. Sorry if anyone's got a Mini, by the way. There's no Mini in here.
Ninja?
Beautiful. Nicely done. So yes, as I was saying, that there's a lot of going back to the simulator of exactly what they're about to do on their next one. I mean, you've got all the aspects of low-level flying, you've got the perils of air-to-air refueling, but the main combat environment is, of course, the locking onto targets. They'll go to the ranges, Holbeach, Donanook, etc. to choose from, and the idea is to have a few of the examinational flights, which, like I said, would involve a timed flight of getting a lock. That's one aspect, and if it's a fail, it's not completely. If the qualified flying instructor feels that there is potential, it could have just been an error, a one-off, then they will believe in them and give them a few chances. But if, you know, at the end of the day, this is top-level stuff. They would know. They probably wouldn't have even tuned them in for a Typhoon if they didn't feel that that was the way. But I'm not here for official stats or anything. Just saying, just to give you an idea of that. And once successful, well, first, congratulations. And after that, it is a choice of going to about 9, and if you count the 10th, 10 Typhoon units or squadrons. I say 10th because there is a 1435 flight, which is a flight of 4 Typhoons in almost like a QRA role at the Falkland Islands, which technically is a QRA RAF Mount Pleasant, with Charity, Hope, Destiny and Desperation, the named 4 Typhoons. And of course you've got Lossiemouth's 1 fighter, got number 2 AC Squadron, you've got number 6 the can openers, flying can openers, and number 9 the green bats. And then there's 5 squadrons here as well. There's of course 3 fighter, there's 11 fighter, number 12, 41, and of course 29. Possibly with 41 squadron, you're going to need to be quite a bit of almost like a veteran Typhoon pilot, perhaps, getting to know and understand the Typhoon. But it depends on how and what sort of level we're talking about the pilot has. Because there's always, I think Bondi from the Red Arrows, he was classed as a creamy, someone that's just above average, which is exactly what the Red Arrows pilots are looking for. So there we go. So it was just the one taxi run, a nice little start. Now, I don't know if I can see it from here. Have a look over here. I think I can see. Oh yes, I can see the Dakota, the C-47 Dakota just over there. Look at that. That's out. Well, it is a sunny day for it, so we may see that out today. We may see that. Is a good day for it. It is that time of year now. As soon as we get to March as well, especially, respectfully, we're going to start to see the Spitfires, Hurricanes perhaps. And we will regularly see the Chipmunk as well. The 2 trainer aircraft for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Nice little shutdown. Maybe there might be another startup. I hope we're all good, ladies and steady bears. Welcome to heads home. What's this? Has that just come in and I've missed it? I think it has. Look at this. DA2. Diamond geezer. Look at this. For me, this looks like a prefect that's completely eaten all the gummy berries, not the gummy bears. Ted's like, what? Look at this. That's like a possessed prefect. Is that right, Ray? Can I say that? Can I get away with that? Do you know what I mean, though? It's a prefect that went to the gym. Look at it. So that's a diamond DA2. Can be used for calibrating, which I think I've seen it yesterday on the ADSB, probably doing that very, very role of calibrating aircraft. Nice winglets there as well to take a smooth ride, like a salmon smoothie. That's how we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show and welcome to the home of the Typhoon. There are two types of Typhoons here, as in the models, with the exception of their trancher. So tranche 2 and 3. I believe there's probably still one. I don't know if there's one tranche 1 lying around. If there is, 950. I think it's 950, or is it 920? One of those two. I think it's got away with having an upgrade. Like, you know, when they start introducing blocks and stuff, upgrade, it may have been upgraded or just on the cusp of being between 1 and 2. There's a few differences between the old airframe, bless it. One of them being the computer diagnostic system and the module where you can actually, it's actually touch screen, which I'll show you in a moment, for those that don't know much about the Typhoon. Yeah, so with being a very wet country, well, they found that the touchscreen wasn't that great in bad weather. So Tranche 2 actually just features good old buttons, ones that you actually physically push in. Yes, I know. A little change of design with the landing lights as well. They're I can't remember which way round. One of them had horizontally aligned LEDs on the landing gear, and the other one's got vertical aligned. I think they're horizontal now. I don't know, 50-50, might as well give it a shot, but there we go. And of course, if you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button. You've been cleared touch and go on the like button, and do give the subscribe button a low approach in case you haven't subscribed to our channel. Do support us. We are a very educational and family channel, bringing you live military aviation done in a very responsible way. So a very warm welcome to Margot, JPG, Aviation, Bobby, Captain A, Foxy Killers, Daniel Roberts, Dieter, Dylan Cobb, how you doing? Oi oi, Davey, Shift Dan. How's it all going? Hope you're all good. And welcome to the show, Paul Mayers as well. Bat Purple, Darren Hobson, oi oi to you. Tosh. Hope you're all good. Perez, Matt Bush, thanks for all the info as usual. So welcome to the show. We'll give you a bit of a tour on the Typhoon in just a moment. But I confirm that the C-47 Dakota is out of its hangar. It's reminding me of my late cat TK, who used to bask out in the sun the minute he gets an opportunity.
Eric, keeping that clear?
Yeah, you can go through.
Sure.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, go for it, man.
Cheers,
enjoy. Thank you for asking, but no, go for it.
All right.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Anything gone yet?
There's been there's flight of 3, yeah. So welcome to the show, ladies and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Welcome to Ted's home, and of course, naturally, big shout out to number 17 Coningsby Air Training Corps, the Air Cadets, all roles as well, flight engineers, technicians, lineys, air traffic control, the AWCU, constantly 24/7, 365, any day, any time. Keeping the airfield as best as they can clear and managed of wildlife, whether it's moles, rabbit warrens causing a right havoc for them. At the end of the day, if you imagine all the rabbits digging, the amount of rain that we've had has made some of the grassy areas a little bit lumpy bumpy. Don't know if it tastes as good as the dessert, but there you go. I mean, there is a grass runway as well for training, which is just there we go, the Dayglow high vis deck for training on the chipmunks, all sorts of perils. And the funniest one I've heard for here is a domestic cat who apparently walks around like he owns the place. They do though, don't they? Cats have got this face. Like, yeah, it's my territory. I know they're territorial naturally, but having a cat myself, I know exactly what that would look like. And I always laugh at the way they give you that look back, where they leg it, and then they just stop and look back and go, "Yeah, I'll get you next time, gadget." But there we go. But welcome to the home of the Typhoon. So let's have a little look into the details of the Typhoon. I'll give you, for those that don't know, that are new to the Typhoon, it's made its first maiden flight in. I forgot I've got this. I can just whack that on the screens. I forgot I got that. Got the sort of briefing style Typhoon. Look at this, you know, no hands. Look at that. Do some aileron rolls and stuff. Look, brilliant, isn't it? So yeah, made in 4 different countries, which I'm going to show you. It hardly has any metal on that airframe, about 15%, which metal, well, radar loves it. And for those that were tuned in yesterday and for the last few days talking about stealth attributes, this is, although it's a 4.5 generation aircraft, it does have some stealth attributes, and it is a natural born fighter. It, you know, it was a recipe with all the right ingredients. Again, it does have perils when you start adding more countries, a bit like the Tornado originally had the Netherlands, Canada involved in the process. So we're going to have like 5 countries for the Tornado, But if you start doing that, the more countries you've got, the more that they have their own requirements. And even the Typhoon in different countries, they are different. A bit like even the F-35, there are variants, the Norwegian, the Israeli variant as well. They've got their own just additions and modifications, or some, in some ways, omitted in some parts as well. But we're going to have a little look. Before I give you the... a full tour, let's just have a quick look, just to give you an idea of the complexity of the Typhoon with BAE Systems, Leonardo. Let's have a look if I can get the right light for this. Just a little bit of a breeze, but I hope we can see that there on the screens. So I've colour coordinated it a little bit there for you. Just to give you a quick rundown on the Typhoon. So you can see that the wings are made in 2 different countries, the left wing Italy, the right wing in Spain. But also Spain make the leading edge as well. The slats there, the leading edge. And I'll talk to you a little bit about the materials of what it's made out of. So the centre section in yellow is Germany, Airbus, and the front part, the whole front, and the titanium sections there in blue, which I'll talk to you about some of these sections actually in colour. Ignore the titanium bit for now, but the 4 planes are made in Britain, but they are made of titanium. Cockpit there, beautiful. The tail. Now I've kind of put blue and green stripes here because there are parts in there that are made from both Italy and Britain as well. There's about 30 kilometres of cabling. Now if you thought back of your TV was a mess, imagine trying to manage 30 kilometres of cables and wires. Amazing. You've got 6 massive bolts. I've had a look in the factory, not that I wish I was there, but I've had a look at the video, and you can see there's like these rings on the wings where these bolts fit in and connect to the fuselage. Amazing. For those that do horsepower, the Typhoon punches out 150,000 horsepower. That's kind of like a equivalent. We don't really associate horsepower with jet engines, so it does have just over 40,000 pounds of thrust. So what that means is because it's a twin engine, we split that into 20,200 or so pounds of thrust. That's with reheat as well. There's only 15% of the main airframe that's made of metal, and the engine is spectacular. Because I was chatting to some of the crew yesterday, the TCS Massive that made it to the viewing area yesterday at Lake and Eve. We were talking about maintenance, how many hours maintenance an engine has. Well, the Typhoon is been made to fly and left there. 1,200 hours of flying before it would need like an overhaul or maintenance. 1,200 hours. It is what's classed as on condition. It depends what it's done and been through, but 1,200 hours is spectacular. Leonardo, with the FCC quadruplex system, which is a flight control system, that's your fly-by-wire, split into 4 lanes. So there's 4 channels, and those 4 channels have around 70 computers between them to manage. Amazing. There are 8 internal fuel tanks, so that can carry around about 11,000 pounds of fuel. That's internal. The Typhoon can carry an additional 6.6 maths, 1,800 pounds of fuel with 3 drop tanks. The EJ200 weighs about 1 ton, just slightly under. Thrust to weight, as it is, we're talking about 1.2 to 1, and it's got 13 hard points. If we break it down, the Typhoon, into what it's made of, let's have a little look. So everything in white is made of carbon fibre composites, as it's called. A posh way of saying plastic, I guess, but there you go. Now, have a look at these bits. All the DAS system. Now, DAS or DAS, right, so distributed aperture system, that's on the F-35, DAS, but the Typhoon has a a defense aids subsystem, all right, so, but it's spelt DAS with an extra S, all right. Now you'll notice the green, that's where the really sensitive areas are. You've got a ultra high frequency antenna on the top of the tail. You've got parts of the DAS system, the defense aid system here. There's a little bit here and on the nose. So these areas are not painted. They're coated even in a different colour, which is why the nose is a different grey. Titanium, as I mentioned, in red. The leading edge slats, they've got to hold all that power and pressure, all those forces that it succumbs to. four planes. You've got an acrylic canopy, so that forms 3%. You've also got the flaperons here. Those ones there, they're made of aluminium. So you've got a little bit of aluminium as well there. So the sort of casing around the canopy, that's also made of aluminium as well. So there we go. I'm going to show you the EJ200 engine in just a moment. There's the wonderful engine that it is. So we'll show you that in just a sec. So here's our Typhoon. So let's see. Right, nice start up there in the background, so we're all good. Okay, here we go. Right, so the Typhoon 1994 first flight, entered service with the Royal Air Force in 2003. Now, since that time, the main radar has had a bit of an upgrade. In fact, the Mark II upgrades have begun. I couldn't tell you which one's got what, but in here it started life out as, let's say, a Mark 0, developed by Marconi's ECR90 radar in there. That's what's going to help you in your battlefield. Okay, so it started off with that, but now they went up to a Mark 1. So probably the majority of these have got the Mark 1, and now that system in its own right, and goodness knows what the capabilities are of the Mark II. Again, lots of this is classified, but to give you an idea, the Typhoon inside there can lock onto targets of about 160 kilometers away. That's impressive. And larger targets at 300 kilometers away. So we're talking about locking onto planes 160 kilometers to 300 kilometers depending on their size. It can prioritize on 6, but can actually lock onto about 20 to 30 targets. So anything spinny, which is what I was saying, anything spinny, I know it's funny, but it's my own little way of saying it. Basically, anything that looks like a fan or a prop, the Typhoon's going to pick it up, okay? Which is why it's important to have a good design inside your inlets, unless you're going to have them on the sides, which is actually the better. I wonder why they didn't do that. Would it affect it from the four planes? Who knows? But whatever they did, they used an S-duct system, okay? So it's not disastrous to have them underneath, but what you want to do is to have some sort of design to stop any radar going in there. And I'll show you that in just a moment, what they've done. So you've got your battlefield nose in there, which can connect to the helmet, the striker helmet, the mounted display unit. So on the visor, which BAE Systems will scan the pilot's skull and head, basically, and have that adapted for them. This is a special helmet. This helmet, basically, you can see through the Typhoon and lock onto targets. You can move your head and lock onto targets, which is unbelievable. That sounds like something out of sci-fi, but I can tell you now, that stuff's real. So how amazing is that? Right, so done a lot about that. Let's have a look over here. We've got the Typhoon's IRST, that's infrared search and track pirate. It's a little bit different than FLIR, the forward-looking infrared. I will do a diagram or talk to you about the differences between the two, but I don't want to completely over-complex this. Now, it looks like a CCTV camera, look. Can you see that? You know those classic dome-shaped ones, half a circle. That's your infrared. So it's got four different filters, not your selfie style filter. It's 4 filters, high definition, thermal. So you know those Crime Watch like documentaries and stuff where, you know, there's a police helicopter in infrared and, you know, humans are, you know, the ones that have stolen lots of KFC running around. They look really bright white, so it has a thermal filter, but it's in HD. You can even land in the cover of darkness using that as well. So it's quite clever to have that. So Germany and Austria have omitted this. They don't have it. Okay, so if you look at the Luftwaffe's Typhoon and the Austrian Air Force Typhoon, they don't have the IRST on that. There's also part of the DAS, it's really hard to see, there's a tiny little dot there and there, and I shouldn't really say DAS because that might make you think of the F-35. The Defence Aid Subsystem, you've also got antennas here. This is like your missile warnings. There's radars, antennas, sorry, here and here on the top here, and also the missile approach warning system here, this little nib, this little pod that sticks out. Okay, So hope that made sense. Now, I've mentioned this before. We're going to talk a little bit about the flight control system developed and made by Leonardo. Now, if you're fortunate enough to get close to a Typhoon with the two covers that almost makes it like a little smile here, when they're pulled off, you'll see these ADPs, the pitos. Now, there's 4 of them. Reason? Because there's 4 channels, there's 4 main lines for the flight control system. Now, there's about 70 computers that do lots of wonderful different things. They're like these little tiny little people that control everything for the Typhoon pilot. But not really, but yes, really. And what they do, because someone asked me a really good question, what if the flight control system fails? You are literally going to have the worst day of your life, and I'd probably play the lottery after that, if you've managed to actually have 70 computers fail in one day. That might be a sign. 1 going down, yeah, maybe. 2, oh dear, it's a bad day. 3, well, you know, to having all 4 main lines go down, that's, yeah. So I've seen where the Typhoon had 1 lane down, that's 25%. That's one of the channels went down, so, and it still flew. It does have a safety mode. Even the Tornado, which was the first to have fly-by-wire in Europe, that is, let me make that clear, a European fighter jet, because of course it was the F-16, but the, you can hear some rumbles there in the jungles there and all. So yeah, that's the flight control system. Now that's fly-by-wire. The Typhoon's airframe is aerodynamically not really made to fly, but with the computers it's doing all the hard work. How does that work? Let me show you. All the inputs are done by a computer, all right? There's my trusty Typhoon there. So say for example this didn't have fly-by-wire, okay? Just imagine it doesn't have fly-by-wire. So when it's flying in a straight line, aircraft's not really doing anything. When it's starting to do all these maneuvers, a nice 9G turn, there's a lot of input that the pilot's putting in there to do certain things as well. And if you're going to do an aileron roll, things like that, the pilot's doing a little bit of work to do some particular maneuvers. If you've got a flight control system flying in a straight line, those computers are working hard just to keep it in a straight line. But if you're going to start to do aileron rolls with a 9G turn and a Cuban 8, etc., the computers are just going to have a really good time with that. Absolutely good time. It's like Reggie's having a party at KFC. You can imagine what's going on there. A little bit about the movement while we're here, actually. So if you want to do an aileron roll to the left, if you want to do that, the flapperons, as we spoke about. So if the flapperon, left flapperon up, right flapperon down, you'll roll to the left. If you want to roll to the right, right flapperon up, left flapperon down, this is what's going to happen. If you want to yaw the aircraft like this, if you want to yaw to the left, the rudder, which is here, you will notice that on taxiing quite well. If you want to yaw to the left, move the rudder to the left, Typhoon will do that. Yaw to the right, Typhoon will do that. If you want to yaw and roll, there's a bit of input there. It'll probably start to corkscrew when you start doing that. If you want to increase the angle of attack or bunt the aircraft, so the Typhoon doesn't have elevators, they're missing, so they stick on what's called 4 planes on the Typhoon. This does control the pitch, so in essence the angle of attack. So 4 planes up, this is what's going to happen. Okay, so you increase the angle. Oh my goodness me, this is a bit flappy, isn't it? Quite responsive. 4 planes down, you're going to bunt the aircraft, okay? Now, there was a video going around on social media where someone was clearly having a good time in their airliner and saw an F-35 do that and go down. That's not showing off. That is exactly how you drop altitude. And I'll tell you why. The pilot needs to do that. You need to think of what's going on with your feet. You need to think of what's going on with your blood flow. You need to think about gravity. If you were just to dive down like that, that blood is going to rush right to your head. That is negative G. That is what the Spitfires could not do because of the carburetor system with the float in the fuel tanks. If you do that, your blood is just going to shoot straight up into your head. So to not do that, to get positive G, is to invert your food and go down, and dive down. That is a lot more comfortable to do it, which is why. You can also use the 4 planes will be used in a a bleed speed, when you want to bleed the speed. So we saw Turbo do this quite a lot, and I think Nation is doing it as well, where he speeds up, reheats on, and the foreplane's down, and it pushes the Typhoon into a real 9G turn and bleeds that speed. So I'm sure that they're working really hard on that. I might be wrong on that bit, but I'm sure the foreplanes will be doing something to push and bleed that speed. I'm almost 100% with that one. Right, back to our Phoon. I hope you're with me so far with this. Right, let's have a look at the S-duct system. This is our inlets here. Now, you've got to imagine the Typhoon's engines are sat at the last fifth. That's 20% of that airframe. All that tube, all that is going to protect all these radar waves going inside, those radio waves going in there. But the beauty is that it's shaped like a letter S, okay? You also have a serpentine style S-duct as well, but the Typhoon is almost like a natural S shape. Now, the good thing about that, if you look into my inlets, not around the inlets, but inside the inlets, you cannot see the fan, the first stage. Now, that's what creates heat, your engines. Those radars are going to have a good time if they ever detect that. If you get radar frequencies in there, it's going to go, oh, hello, and feed that back to ground stations, back to ATC, and you're in trouble. The S-duct hides that, okay? So it's going to hide your spinny thingies. It's my term, just go with it. It's going to hide your compressor, your first stage of your fan, basically, which is why it's shaped like that. You've also got cowlings here to actually control the amount of air. When you're going supersonic, having supersonic speeds on your fan is bad. You don't have, and you shouldn't have, supersonic speeds going in there. The way you're going to control that is one with your cowlings, and also this diverter here. It's actually made for the boundary layer. When you're going to go those sorts of speeds, or when you're flying, stick your hand out. Actually, no, don't do that, not recommended, but we've all done it when we're driving along on the highway, 70 miles an hour, sunny day. If you're fortunate enough to have a convertible, you always stick your hand out. What you're feeling there is drag. That drag creates low pressure air. So, I thought the Typhoon had a car alarm then, or a Typhoon alarm. The air starts to stick. Now that sticky air is called the boundary layer, all right? So especially when you're going supersonic speeds, you're gonna get real fun air going in there, or not, shall we say. Now, what's this? Cool. So you're going to get sticky air, and that's called the boundary layer, all right? And that sticks, and you don't want that going in. So you have this splitter to stop that from happening. It's also got drilled holes here as well to stop any more boundary layer going in. So the point is, imagine a fan, which I haven't got with me today. I do have a high pressure fan. You don't want low pressure air hitting the top and then high pressure hitting the bottom. You're going to have two different types of air, so that can damage it. So that's what that's for there. So there we go. You've also, let's go along here. You've got the BK-27 Mauser cannon. You've got your towed decoy here. That actually projects a fiber optic towed decoy. It's called a Bright Cloud, developed again by good old Leonardo, who make the fiber optic towed decoy for the F-35 as well. Now these decoys are really good. They don't only project a signature of a Typhoon in worst case scenarios. It will actually deter aircraft and try to break the lock should that happen as well, of any locked ordnance onto the Typhoon. You've got your missile approach warning as well that would have detected that. Underneath, if you do have guided missiles after you, you've got chaff dispensers here and here, so bits of metal. If it's heat detected, you've got flares as well that can project out as well, which is pretty cool. There are 13 hard points in total for the Typhoon. You've got a center drop tank for the, let's call it the 13th one, leaving you 12 more, so 6 and 6. So you can have a drop tank on each wing. Now that leaves you with 3 drop tanks, so that means 10 hard points available, so 5 and 5. So what that means is you can have 2 on here, just underneath, and then 3 on the wing. Same on the other side, 2 missiles here and 3 more on the wing. So quite spectacular, really. A real amazing legendary aircraft. Another one here I forgot to tell you as well, you've got the RAM intake, the heat exchanger. This cools down the engines with lots of excess reheats. So I can hear two Phoons taxiing out. So you can see the different colour grey on the nose, the radome, and the tip of the Typhoon. So you can't paint those. So you will most likely affect the performance, which is why the likes of Blackjack and other liveries, nice painted liveries on Typhoons for air shows and stuff, or even other aircraft on, you know, those areas are not painted for that good reason.
Come to see you from Winston in Cheshire.
Sorry?
So we've only come to see you.
Oh right, from Cheshire, nice. Oh, nice one.
Oh, we came here yesterday as well.
Yeah, nice one.
Well, you might have been at Lincolnshire or...
I gave it 4 days, but
right.
yeah, there's only so long I can keep trying that.
Oh, you've been at Minette for 4 days?
I haven't been there. No, not yet.
A lot of activity down there at the moment, I think, aren't there?
Right, 2 Typhoons taxiing out. So we've got 2 canopies up. Another thing as well, the Typhoon, right? Yes, I was one of those people that asked that question. Does the Typhoon have a horn? I mean, think about it. You know, are they really going to play a horn? And you'd be surprised to know that the Typhoon does actually have a horn. They don't use that in the air. It's for the canopy. That's for safety. You don't want to trap your fingers in there or working overhead and suddenly a canopy spins open like that. Well, not spins open, but you know. So the Typhoon weighs only 24,000 pounds empty. Now, okay, you can't fly without any fuel in it, but with 11,000 pounds of fuel, with engines at 40,400 pounds of thrust with reheats, it's got an absolutely ridiculous thrust to weight ratio, where from brakes released at 8 seconds, it is capable of pulling up after those 8 seconds and just going into a 50-60 degree into a vertical accelerating climb. And it can accelerate. This is the difference, which is why when it's doing a high alpha maneuver at 120 knots, it can then just whack on those reheats and just go straight up. It is absolutely spectacular. Nice pairs departure. Good start to the morn. Nice. So the Typhoon family version, it's a Typhoon T3. It is dual controlled and it's used as a training aircraft. So we should have more to go. Is that what I can see? Hang on a minute. I don't know if I can see it from here, but I think the lights, the nav lights are on. I see a light on the wing of the C40. Oh, it is. This looks good. Well, it looks like we may get the C47. It is pinging. Yeah, this will be good if we get that. Nav light on the Typhoon, so hang in there, watch the space for the C47 Dakota. This will be nice. So we just had a pairs departure. So tomorrow, by the way, for those interested, we are heading off to Waddington tomorrow to mix things up a little bit with the Reds. Catch the latest. It does look good tomorrow as well, the weather-wise, so we may be in luck weather-wise anyway. So Ted's been fortunate enough to flown in a variety of Typhoons. I mean, lucky Ted, he's done quite well on his Typhoon flight log. His first flight was on the 28th of May in ZJ914, the very much loved and much missed Blackjack. It was its maiden flight as well, beautiful. The next one was ZK381 for Troop in the Colour. Ted was in the CR formation. He was in the letter R in ZK381's Typhoon on the 17th of June 2023. A month later, he got another flight in Blackjack. He had a transit flight to Fairford for REACT. He then flew back to Coningsby on the 17th of July. He's also been, he's flown to the Czech Republic as well, to the Ostrava NATO, I think it's NATO days he did. He's also flown in front of the Typhoon. So this isn't actually in the Typhoon, but he flew in front in a Lancaster Typhoon formation, which was very different for Ted. Ted's also flown again in ZK381 on the 15th of June 2024. I think that was his last Typhoon flight actually. 2024. It was for it was in the memorial flight, a beautiful flight which many have seen. A really, really beautiful flight with the 3 Typhoons flying over Buckingham Palace. Got some lovely in-flight footage. And Ted actually, I'll tell you what, he was with a couple of celebrities. I call them celebrities amongst their amazing fighter pilot status. Mac and Cheese, for those that know from the RAF Top Guns on Channel 4. Ted was, oh, this looks like another. So an absolutely brand spanking new pilot, like I said, on their first steps of flying. This is probably their first time in a Typhoon. And then the next time they go in a Typhoon, they will fly. Wow. Amazing. concentration there. Just getting them to become a little bit more competent, confident in taxiing, getting that confidence. It's something they've already done before, taxiing, but this is on a completely different level. Just a couple of taxi runs there, taxi circuits. Two more Typhoons taxiing out for departure. Sorry about that. Sneaked up on me there, nice. Just having a look at the Dakota there. 2 more for departure as well. Typhoons over here, look. More. Of movement, a nice pairs departure. We could have the Battle of Britain's memorial flights C-47 Dakota. It looks good. I can see the ground crew over there, the lineys, I think, all that. Yeah, it's looking good for it, isn't it? It's looking good. So for those that love the historical side of things, this one's for you. It's coming up. It's all looking good. Sneaky departure coming up. This one just sneaked out there. It's I always get these. Oh gosh, it's it ain't hanging about, this one. What's going on here? Hope you're enjoying the Phoon action. Right, so hopefully in just a moment we should have something rather beautiful. Oh yeah, you alright?
Yeah, I've been watching you.
Oh, cool, thank you. Cool. Like and subscribe, man. Thanks very much. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? So, we can't see it at the minute, but hopefully we'll have... So I'm gonna improvise. I'm gonna improvise a little bit. I can see... Trying to establish it. Oh, it is. Yeah, you can see the engine there running. Beautiful, beautiful. So we're going to see this coming out very shortly. Yes, I appreciate it's in its last year's livery. Oh, even my props are spinning. Look at this. There we go. And an interesting fact. It's quite an interesting one. I like stats like this. That it is the C-47 Dakota, known as the Skytrain in the US. That developed from the DC-3. It is the same. This is the fun fact. It is the same length as a F-15E Strike Eagle. It's the same as an F-15 length. That is obviously the wingspan a little bit different, but isn't that amazing to do that? So the Douglas DC-3, or in the military designation C-47 Dakota, this was is now registered as ZA947, manufactured all the way back in March of 1942, and issued, it does have history, issued with the United States Army Air Force in September that year. The aircraft was actually transferred over to the Royal Canadian Air Force. And it spent a lot of its time over in Canada, and but later it was eventually used in Europe until declared surplus to requirement in 1971. Now, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, they do change delivery around every 5 years or so. Also came into the hands of the RAE, which is the Royal Aircraft Establishment, who were based at Farnborough. They already had a Dakota when it came to their hands, and it was the thing is, though, this one was actually due for retirement, the one they had, and the Royal Canadian Air Force aircraft was actually purchased, but it had a different serial then. It was KG, well, they allocated it as KG661, as the aircraft had carried the serial 661. That was its original with the Canadians, and during the time with the Royal Aircraft Establishment, KG661, as it was known, was used for a variety of tasks, even including sonar buoy dropping through holes cut out through the fuselage as well, and even launching remotely piloted vehicles. Now, spent a lot of time there, and while they did a little bit of research on the history, because there was some doubt about the serial number KG661 that was issued, and they found out that that original serial number did actually have an aircraft actually allocated to it, which had sadly been destroyed in an accident. So they basically gave it a new serial number, which is the one they use today, which is ZA947. So it was cleared for para-dropping, often displayed this role in this way and appeared in statics as well at air shows in 1992. The Defence Research Agency, the successors to the RAE, eventually declared the aircraft to surplus requirements. It was adopted by Strike Command and issued to the BBMF in March 1993. It was flown to Marham as well, and in 1994 she did take part in the 50th anniversary of Operation Overlord. But today it does have a very car park catchphrase. We do have a very different livery. So this was the last time we've seen it. This was the markings that it had. Today though, very interesting markings. She has the markings and something that's very, very rare as well. It's Southeast Asia Command. So you'll notice the roundels feature a standard blue on the outer ring, but a lighter blue on the inner ring. So those that were in specific Southeast Asia Command and those that were allies in the Pacific, they would usually emit red. Red meant Japan, that kind of thing, so they omitted that. So we should have her coming out very shortly, I would have thought. Our engines are running. So she does carry now a very rare livery of the Southeast Asia Command, and I believe it's meant to represent 31 Squadron. So do check out the markings, a marking system, the roundel system, even on the tail flash. It's got the light blue and dark blue respectively. So have a look at that when she comes out. And it's sort of like Southeast Asia Command camo livery. So for those who don't know, Skytrain or Dakota, in the Royal Air Force it was called the Dakota, and I believe many other countries adopted that. In the United States it was known as the Skytrain. The military designation of the DC-3 is C-47, or made by the Douglas Company, developed from the civilian Douglas DC-3 airliner, and it was used extensively by the Allies, and especially here as well with the 9th Air Force of the United States Army Air Force, places like Falkingham, North Witham, dropping those very different breed type of airborne units that were dropped. They had some guts, they did. Absolute bravery, those men. And of course, closer to us, D-Day was involved in towing Horsa gliders as well, taking troops across. And can carry 28 troops. Powered by two Pratt & Whitney R1830s. Hopefully she's going out after all that. Let's have a quick look. We can't see too much, but the engine's spinning happily. You can see there. So we also welcome back in the car park Steve's Burger Van. He's living the life. Bless him, he's back. So yeah, two Pratt & Whitney R1830 twin Moss. They're 14 cylinders. They're air-cooled, producing 1200 horsepower, which is the takeoff rating. Well, you can certainly hear it now as the wind's just calmed down there and all. Taxiing out for departure. I hope it's not like an engine run. Now that I said that, didn't occur to me that there is such thing as flexing on a Dakota. Right, temperature's not the best, but hey. Two ship running in on initial. Here we go. Hard to wave when I'm filming, so if you do beep, don't take it offence if I don't wave back. position. I love shots like that. Love stuff like that. Always thinking about the frame. Still got my photography in me. That's right. Of course, there is naturally photography involved in videography. It's how you frame your shots as well. Thank you very much. Martin Aves, thank you. Hope you're enjoying that. Terry, thanks a lot for the info on ZJ950. Doesn't she? I believe inside the, I mean, it's been a while since I've had a walk in the C-47 in this particular one. I believe there are still some graffiti, or at least engravings from the airman while she served. It was in this one. I think they preserved it. I can't remember if they've got some perspex to protect it. It's been a long time. But if you want to have a little tour in a Dakota. There's one at Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre. Do check out their website though for opening and closing times. Oi, oi. Oh my god. Oh dear. Sorry. No. And if you are on a sort of Lincolnshire plane spotting adventures, don't forget various places to visit on the weekends. Of course, you've got Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, you've got East Kirkby's Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre as well. You've got the wonderful town of Woodhall Spa. Got the BBMF museum here as well. I don't think they're open on the weekends, by the way, so that's for a weekday adventure. There's also Cranwell's Aviation Museum as well and Heritage Centre. Do check it out. Or if you're sort of heading off further afield to Norfolk, there's also Marham's Aviation Heritage Centre as well. Museums, you've got Newark Air Museum. There's lovely places to stay locally as well. Loads of lovely places. So I'll tell you what, it's not often we see this, but we've got some hot pitting here. Look at that. Hot pitting a Typhoon right there. Hot pitting is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engines still running. I say it in that way because you may have just one engine. There are times we've seen F-15s shut down one engine. It doesn't always happen because we've seen a combination of both. It takes about 10 minutes to hot pit refuel. It's the quicker way of doing it. That's why they do hot pitting. If you were to shut down the engines, it would take 2/3 longer of the time. I think it's like that, isn't it? It increases the speed by that much, I'm pretty sure. Forms an integral part of integral combat turn. Really important on the battlefield if you're on missions. I say it as plural. Come back, refuel, and an ICT, integral combat turn. Not actually sure what the RAF term is. I know in the US Air Force it's called an ICT, integral combat turn, where what you do, you refuel, you do your checks, and you rearm the plane, and off you go. I'm sure it's probably something similar, like a turnaround, a combat turnaround, or something like that. But there we go, mission. So this is why it's all training. Training is really important that you do it over and over again. But as far as training is concerned, as getting your sorties in, it allows the pilot to get more, shall we say, more flight time, or shall we say, more sorties in one day as well, if you look at it in that way. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks a lot everyone who's hit the like button and subscribe, so thank you very much for that. Getting closer to 125k already, so thank you very much. That is a very proud moment for me, a very nice achievement, so thank you. Is that like 1/8 of a million, 125k? Something like that. Another 7/8 to go. Not that I even I haven't even thought about that actually. I think that's that might be a retirement sort of target, so I'll just leave it there. you. You alright, buddy? How you doing? Alright?
I'll come and speak to you.
Okay, man. Right, so we've got the C-47 just about to depart. Our Typhoon is fully fueled. very satisfied cat. Absolutely amazing. Well, I'll just keep an eye on that. Let's just turn around a moment. Just going. Lest we forget, that is the motto of the BBMF. What a sound, absolutely brilliant. And speaking of which, we now have another BBMF aircraft, the Chippy. The Chipmunk is out as well. This is awesome. Look at this, one of two Chipmunks of the BBMF. They're a training aircraft. They don't actually fly in the formation. This is WK518. They don't fly in the formation, but they do act as a trainer for those leading on to the Spitfire. And then after the Spitfire, it will be the Hurricane. Or have I got that the wrong way around? No, it's the Hurricane first, sorry, and then the Spitfire. But a bridge before that, as part of the training, is that you may see a T6 in yellow, that classic trainer colour in yellow, the T6 Harvard. So you may see that. Just a little conversion. I can't remember why. I think they use that just is it because, do you know, there was a reason it was gone. But anyway, it could also be used for recce purposes as well, and to deliver spare parts. So something like Deliveroo can't do. You get the Chipmunk to deliver the spare parts for the BBMF. It's got quite a reasonably large cabin in there, isn't it? It's the Havilland Chipmunk.
How long are you coming? We did absolutely smash it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
That's this one.
No, not that one, but shit, mate.
All day?
Yeah, yeah. Good bit of kit, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
How long do you plan to stay up there?
I don't know. Until I think I can't do any more. It's a little bit breezy up here.
I saw the C-17 that flew the Queen in when she died.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. I've seen that.
I'm at Coningsby. Can you please approve my request?
How we're doing? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. So we've got the Dakota, plenty of Typhoons, and the Chipmunk now in the skies. It is over 15 knots, you can tell by the windsock. If you ever need a quick reference, you've got if it's you know, complete perfect horizontal full out, it's 25 knots. So half of that, so let's say what, 45 degrees, that'll give you what, 12 and a half knots. So it's over that. And of course, less than 25. Pilots will use that as well as a quick guide, as well as the latest from ATC as well, giving them all the details. Lovely to see the C-47. I might just go and grab a cup of tea, true style. Chris Bloxham, Captain A, Dieter, Sally Cullum, Davey, Air Godzilla. Hope you're all good and well. Sean Oliver, David Robinson, Margot, Lee Shand, how you doing? AJ Rylance, Argan. Hope Argan's enjoying the C-47. A big fan of the Dakota. And, she's just to the north of Louth at the moment. Or Luff, I have no idea how you pronounce that. Louth, I'll go with Louth. It sounds good. Don't ask me, man. Oh dear. Oi, oi. Oh god, here we go. Oh my god. Time. Right, be right back. Just gonna go and grab another cup of tea, keep warm.
stay at Lakehead the other day, sitting 22 to come, or did you go?
No, I left. No, I left it. Well, I mean, I was there for 4 days, so
4 days?
yeah. So I gave it a shot. That'll do. That'll do. Can't say I didn't try. So
Been good here today?
yeah, it's been good fun. The C-47's out, which is lovely. So hopefully catch that back in a moment. The Dakota.
Oh, the Dakota, yeah.
Yes.
That's lovely.
Mm.
I've actually been on one of them.
Nice. Oh, fair play.
I flew from...
Oh, you actually flew in it. Nice.
Yeah, I flew from Johannesburg.
Oh wow. Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Not bad.
You right, buddy? Yeah. Yes.
Don't know if you remember me.
Yes.
I spoke to you
Yes.
when you're free or whatever. And these little ones, a new spot, so we're getting the new tent. When's ready?
Yeah, I could do it now if you want.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll just leave everyone with Comedy Ted. 1 second. Sorry, Comedy Ted's going to be on the show in a bit. He's quite excited. He's very, I don't know. He's full of beans at the moment. Right, let's grab a pick. Just put Comedy Ted there.
So like, they seen you one day coming from Gloucester, you know, Gloucester.
Yeah.
So you go, anywhere going down here?
Just here.
Yeah, anywhere, mate.
Yeah. Hi.
Pick him up, Star. Real net.
No worries. No problem at all. You take care, yeah?
Season anyway. We'll see you at
Yeah, see you there. Yeah, I'll see you there. All right.
Take care, mate.
There's Comedy Ted there. It was out stargazing the other night, and this is when we were at Lakenheath stargazing, and I was looking at the stars, and because Comedy Ted is a bit of a astronomy geek, aren't you, Comedy Ted? I wouldn't have put that past him. He's been looking at different careers, and he told people that he was going to be a comedian, and everyone laughed at him. And yeah, we were looking at the stars, and looked at Orion and Orion's belt, and Comedy Ted was telling me about Orion's belt, and I said, Comedy Ted, why has Orion's belt only got 3 stars? And Comedy Ted was telling me that yeah, the reviews are not very good having 3 stars. It's a waste of space. Comedy Ted, Comedy Ted. He was also looking at becoming a scarecrow. I was like, scarecrow? Why are you going to become a scarecrow? Because they're outstanding in their field. Very good. Very good, Comedy Ted, very good. That's absolutely spectacularly done, mate. That's all good. What's that? Why is 10 scared of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. He said he'll just grab his coat. Oh dear, Comedy Ted. Sorry about that, everyone. And what's that? He's got one more. He was looking at becoming one of the knights of King Arthur. What? What's that? Which knight created the round table? I don't know, Comedy Ted. Circumference. Very good. Absolute legend. Well done. Oh dear. Oh, 2 Phoons, here they come. Oh, nice break. over his fur. Hang on a minute. It's surprisingly windy today, but I shouldn't really be surprised. It's been a bit of a harsh one this first few 55 or whatever days, 55 days into the year at the moment. We had 55 days. Loves it. He's on tour with me this week, so I've got quite a lot of Comedy Ted this week, or Comedy Ted fans. He's pretty much like Red Ted, he's always up to mischief. And you may have heard me just speak to a gentleman regarding Fairford and camping, and I don't know, for those members may have seen that Comedy Ted's adventures in the caravan. Is up to. Yeah, sort of hanging around the Louth area. Steady bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home. We're just looking out for the C-47 on its return. Two-ship coming up, here we go, should be the two-ship. Everyone up. Oh, I told you the Typhoon has a horn, there it is. colour change. You'll see it nicely in a minute. Look at that. So we've covered pretty much all the parts of the Typhoon. If there's any parts or any questions that you've got about the Typhoon, do let me know, including how many feathers, or as they call them, fairing flaps. A total of 12 on each nozzle. Another 2 as well, goodness me. That was cool, wasn't it? Love the brake. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Four planes in the downward position, acting like a little brake there, little speed brake, back in the standard flat-ish position. You can really see now, look at the starboard wing, you can really see the curve, so they're not completely flat. Not that they would be anyway, all airfoils are usually, of course, round on the top and flat on the bottom, but it's in the actual wing itself is not exactly level. It's got a nice curve to it. Yeah, that wind is a little bit misbehaving at the moment. Free ship. Look at that. It's like a scene out of Top Gear, that. There we go. That's another flight safely back. Grab another cup of tea. I'm just going to check ADSB just to see if the Dakota's still about. No, it's still in that sort of between Grimsby and Louth area. Red arrows are up.
I used to have the best job ever years ago. Used to pick the fuel tanks up for the Eurofighters and take them up to Lossiemouth.
Oh, nice.
From here.
Oh, wow.
We used to bring them down here for servicing, service them, and then take them back up to Lossiemouth, then come back down with another 4, and then research. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, lovely. That sounds good.
Yeah, going here. All the way up to Lossiemouth. You've been up to Lossiemouth?
Yeah. Years ago.
Nice drive up there as well.
That's nice.
Did you ever see the AWACS when it used to park? Used to be a couple of years ago.
No,
About 10
I've
years
seen
now.
it at Waddington.
Yeah, you used to have it in here as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, right. How we doing, ladies? Shed steady rays. Hope we're all good and well. Right, let's catch up with it. Oh. Right. Let's see what we got there. Oh dear. There goes the pistons. Oh, that sounds painful.
That's not good, isn't it? Right.
Oh,
Right. Clutch is gone, all battered in at the front. Stuff in the clutch.
Right, so got a little bit of a punch today, that wind, but no worries, still going. Whew. Ted, how you doing, mate? You alright? Do. How's it all going? Hope you're good, Ted. Nice one. Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, where the beret might be coming off at this stage. Lilo Doublefly, thank you very much. High five, poor pump. Yes, Chris, did you hear that one? Yep, absolutely. Much to Lilo Doublefly for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. It does make me like cringe when I hear everything like that. And, it was actually, Chris actually was moving 5 miles per hour. Margot, thanks a lot for the super. Guards March, welcome everyone. Babsar, thank you as well. High five and a poor pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. And Deister, thank you very much for 8 months. Learning with laughter, love this channel, thank you. Rob Guest, member for 5 months. Phoons in the sunshine, perfect. Guards March. Davey was 74. Davey, congratulations, man, on 3 years. A milestone, who's part of our Spanner flight as well. 3 years, where did that go? Thank you to my family, Ted, Nikos, the wonderful Spanner flight, and this amazing community. Oh yeah, Guards March. Chili Beef with 19 months membership. Oi, good morning. Thank you very much. Marco de Groot, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Belly Bobcat, thank you very much as well. Guards March, thanks for the super. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much as well for the super. Who's put oi oi everyone. Al Phillips with 16 months membership. Oi oi, morning all. Guards March. Cariad as well. High five. Thanks a lot, Cariad F9H. The usernames are a little bit, they still haven't gone back yet, but Guards March, and thank you so much for joining our squadron. Poacher, thanks for the super. AJ Rylance, thanks for the super as well. Happy Typhoon Tuesday, everyone. Hank Vichul, thank you as well for the super. And in Cornwall, Dreckley, thank you very much for the super. Thank you, Ted, Nikos, Spanner Flight, for all the streams in all types of weather. It's been, I feel victimised, Ted and I. It's not good, is it? But thank you so much. Caroline Stubbs as well, thank you very much. 30 months membership, that is amazing. And one just in from Justin Edwards now, with 28 months and part of our part of our fighter squadron. Lots of lovely Typhoons today for my 28th month anniversary. Well, thank you very much for being a member for that long, and of course for being part of our fighter squadron as well. Looks like the Chipmunks just done a touch and go. So you've had a Guards March with a touch and go from a chipmunk. That's pretty cool. May have even seen that in the background actually. Straighten up my spine after that twist. Hey, you alright? How you doing? Okay?
Yeah, not bad.
Good, good, good. You on holiday? You on a little holiday? Oh, nice one. Sorry? Oh, nice. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Nice one. See you in a bit. Hang on. Gosh, do you know what? That wind is actually worse than what it is, man. Come on. Chipmunk doesn't have a retractable landing gear. Look at this. Oh. Living like a bird of prey. There's some angle, wasn't it? Still can't get over that angle it dived down at. Man. Right, so you can see the you can appreciate the wind conditions now. Not from that, but from my hair. Let's have a look at the look at this. It was a Mohican. Look at that. It's looking a bit like Leonardo DiCaprio, how you doing? Who's a big fan of the show. He's tuned in Miami on a yacht somewhere. Look at it. Look at that. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Whippy or something. Billy Whiz or something. Sorry, I don't even know if I could say that on there, but yeah, anyway, he was a character. Oh dear. Right. Rick Astley look at the moment. backwards flying crow there. Did you see that? The backwards flying crow. There's another one. Struggling there a little bit. Oh, it's here he is. Okay, so here we go again. Phoons going out. Two Phoons going out. Power back on the Chipmunk. Oh, it is. That didn't hang about, did it? What's going on here? That fly past from the moped. So we've got another one. It's leaving about. you doing, man? All right? Yeah, you good?
I think so.
Hello, you all right, Millie? How's it going? Good. Oh, you got a camera. Look at this. Look at that, it's gleaming. That's all right, isn't it? I've got more startups coming up.
Time to have this morning.
No, not today. No, not today. But you never know.
Never know.
It's still the afternoon. Doing a PFO. Wow, simulating an engine cutout. Nice. They always do it over there. I think there's a little airfield over there. Cool. Right, so
You tend to worry when you're watching a plane and all of a sudden
it goes. Yeah, it does. It always goes. Check on the C-47. And it's still up by Humberside at the minute. It will come back at some point. Yeah, the Dakota's up. Yeah. It's just up by Humberside doing a few circuits. What else have we got? Looks like we've got another Typhoon just taxiing out. Turner's lorry over there always reminds me of the very first video I did here. For the show, look at this. Looks like we've got some Phoons ready for departure. Two, yep. Just coming into view as well. Nice little transitional shot. Thanks a lot everyone for supporting the channel. 1,000 likes. Thanks Davey for the update. Oh yeah. There we go. Where the C-47 is. Still over Humberside. They're having I know there's a little community that do spot in there, so they're going to have a lovely surprise there with the C-47. Oh, actually, let me just update ADSB. Yep, still there. Sometimes ADSB just gets a bit stuck. to eat. Let me just check down the bottom end. Use my radio in the van to see if there's anything nearby. Right, there we go. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to go and grab a bite to eat. And I'll be back to see you in a bit. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Tell you what, that was a good break. That was nice. That needed that. Just get a bit hungry, and obviously got to refuel as well. Argan, how you doing? Aspen, what up? Davey. M7 Mark, how you doing? Batter Purple, Robert Brassel, Blocks. What else we got? Hope we're all good. Whoever's tuned in, I've got Captain A, Margot as well. Gaz Wilkes 76, thank you as well. Just scrolling up now. Just have a bit of a catching up to do as I scroll down. But the C-47's still up in the vicinity of Humberside at the moment. How you doing? Good to see you on there as well, man. Hope you're all good as well, buddy. Hope you're well. I'm just finishing off my tea. So lots of exciting things coming up as we close. Pretty much what we got, just a few days left of February as we close into February. It is a shorter month this month as we close in into March. I'll have a bit of a break, and then wow, what do we have? We've got lots of things coming up. Cobra Warrior, hopefully the weather behaves itself for a few trips to the Mac Loop. We got air shows coming up, lots of events. Do check out the NOTEDs for the air shows that we're attending. Some live, some not, of course, but we will be there to see you if you're there. And, we've got our RIAT adventures. I'll be in there on the Saturday to come and see you all. And the camera's down, except I'll be replacing it with a DSLR. I'll have a bit of take a few photos, make a few limited edition shots for you. And then, of course, we got Eastbourne and the adventures to Lossiemouth. I know, I'm kind of ending the year, aren't I? And then we got York Night as well, hopefully, if it goes ahead. And finishing up with our end of year party. So tickets are available. There's 50% left. There's about 50 odd tickets left to go. Every sort of as the closing stages of each month, there's a surge in ticket sales on those, so look out for that. And it'll be held on the at the Petwood on the 29th of November, a Sunday, as it's usually done, last Sunday of November, or if it rolls into December sometimes, which we've done before. I think it was the 1st of December, like a couple of years back, wasn't it? That's the way the way it all moves. Oh, right, that was needed. Right, let's put that back. Ba-ba-ba-da-da. Yeah, hang in there, Ted. It's a bit windy. I know, mate. Crazy, innit? Gaz Wilkes, Guards March, thank you so much for your super. Thanks so much for that. Thanks, Nikos and Ted, for keeping me and the community entertained. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you very much. Also, Bernie Hagyard as well. Thank you so much for the super at Guards March. Chris Bloxham with 35 months membership, part of our Spanner Flight. Thank you, Ted, Nikos, Spanner Flight, and all the members. Amazing. Put the like there now. Last March. And also Dr. Soda with 35 months membership. What Block said, send it. Thank you very much. Do, do, do. Let's see what else we're going to get today. What will we get today? So look, we've got a big shout out to the ground crew. Nothing flies without them. Nothing flies without the ground crew. A true testament. Every aircraft that takes off, every aircraft that makes the skies, all down to these men and women that look after the aircraft, whether they're technicians, engineers, armourers, computer geeks, as they're called, as they're lovingly called as well. It's true. We've also got mechanics. Not forgetting the guys in the tools as well. 29 squadrons tools, oi oi to you, because of course, and I'll tell you what, with tools, it's a bit like QA as well, quality assurance, that each tool has to come back. One, that they register it with whichever squadron is using it, those tools and the maintenance, etc. But it needs to come back exactly that. And also each tool is registered and documented to which aircraft was used, so that if there's a fault with the tool itself, they can track it back to the serial number of each tool. So it's pretty cool. Same applies at the Eurofighter factories as well, with each component applied to the airframe or the Typhoon, or which to the airframe, whichever part, the tool is also logged into the job as well. So each tool has a serial number, so the person operating that tool will register themselves, log that in, as well as the tool, and of course the actual component use. Really, really, it's proper fine combing it, because of course if things go wrong, they can locate it. Mark Games, we do the same where I work. Yeah, it's a great way of doing it, right? So if something happens, you can track it back. Maybe it's the actual tool itself. It's great. Yes, we do have 60 million. I had a look the other day. We have over 60 million views as a channel, which is phenomenal. cat. It really did. Goodness me. Good question. I'll just show you that as well. Someone's asked what's the smudge on the side of the Typhoon. So, Typhoon has an auxiliary power unit. You can use a special electrical generator to start the Typhoon, and that's how they would do that with. That's how they do that with QRA. Hitting the button, the pilots can just start a button and it's ready to go. This is actually the exhaust, the APU exhaust. Okay, so that's just burnt fuel. It's the exhaust basically, and this is where it comes out of. The APU on the Typhoon, I think it's at the rear, just under the engines. I'll find out exactly where. Actually, speaking of which, this is where the Typhoon's hook, the arrestor hook is. You can just see a little bit of that comes out there. But yeah, this is the exhaust for the APU. So you push a button from startup using the auxiliary power unit, and that's the literally soot, like that burnt fuel from any exhaust. All right. So just if you've got any questions about the Typhoon, just let me know. Speaking of which, we've got the C-47 somewhere. I can hear her. Yeah, there she is. Oh, it looks good, looks good, looks good, looks good. as well. Nice bit of past and present. Oi, oi. See you later, man. Take care, man. Well, that's just lovely, isn't it? Amazing to see. Might get lucky and might get another sortie, get a refuel and go back out, you never know.
We are going to go check into our caravan.
Oh, well, have fun.
We're the very last one on this corner.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, here?
Yeah.
Over there? Oh, right, that'll be good.
Without anything else in front of us.
Oh, nice.
So how long are you here till?
Probably about till 3.
If I don't see you, I'll see you again soon.
Okay,
But
mate.
We might check in and come back.
Okay, buddy.
See you a bit later.
Yeah, see you in a bit. packed here, man. Goodness me, how are we doing? Just trying to get my breath back from that wind. The amount of wind has just been shocking this year, but it's been mainly wet, hasn't it? Right, let's have a little look of any latest and greatest. Nothing at the moment. The Dakota's just still spinning around, spinning. So it's still running, so that's all good. We'll see if it's going to get a refuel and go back out. You never know, it does happen, it can happen, we've had it before. It has been a nice day today and the sun is out, which is great. Looking forward to tomorrow, seeing the Reds. Hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing's guaranteed. I know they've been out today. Looks good tomorrow, so looks good. And obviously we've got fingers crossed for Thursday and Friday. We can do something with that. It's funny how you have to work around the weather, but that's the way it is. Let's have a look at Thursday's weather. Thursday, we can do it. Friday looks okay as well. So far anyway, it does change. Just having a look at the situation. There's a few spells of showers, so we're gonna have to find somewhere where we can stay dry, right? I hope you all enjoyed the show. Oh no, what's he up to now? Got Comedy Ted just nearby. I told you he was up to mischief, didn't I? He's up to something, that little bear. Good old Comedy Ted, God love him. I think, so I asked Comedy Ted what his favourite plane or aircraft was, and he said his favourite one is the Apache. He loves the Apache, so he's a bit of an Army Air Corps type of bear. No, we do have a canopy up over there. See ya. Bye. Yeah, take care. See ya. Bye. See ya. That little Bowser. Let's have a look. It looks like it's slowly approaching. So you never know. Let's have a look what happens after it gets refueled. sounds like we've got Phoons running on the south side of the base. Has just gone to refuel the C-47. Let's see what we're going to get, whether it gets towed back into the BBMF hangar. There's a few canopies up as well. How are we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Look at this. It's Mr. Whippy, look at that. It's gone from Mohican, which is kind of cool why I have this hair, so you can kind of gauge on any crosswinds when you're walking down the street. Yeah, it's pretty cool. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Haven't gone too much into history today. It's been quite good really, isn't it? It's been quite action-packed with lots of things going on. So quite nice to see the C-47 out, and of course the Chippy, which is always good as well. If you've got any questions about the Typhoon, how it works, all the components, there's actually it's a good point. I need to locate exactly whereabouts that APU is, but it's under the main end, you know, underneath at the back towards the rear. If I remember, somewhere underneath. If you're fortunate enough, if you're ground crew, you're going to know. But yeah, some great questions. You know, and feel free to ask. It's really good to ask anything you want, really, regarding aviation and how it all works, of course, as well. But join our community. That's the main thing. That is the main thing. But I hope you're all well and good, and it's a wonderful, wonderful day, really. It's actually turning out to be better than what it was earlier. The wind is really annoying, but hey, look at the hair. It's all about the hair today. You know, no beanie hat. I was scared to wear it. I thought it was going to come off, literally. Goodness me. But there we go. Hope you're all good. And I'll tell you what, I was as I do, reading a bit more about the Manchester's sort of ill-fated engines. I was learning a little bit more about how it impacted here at Coningsby, the 1,000 bomber raids that Coningsby took part. But we'll go into history probably on our next show here, with that in mind. And don't forget, next month will be my first annual leave of the year, so it will be sometime next month. I'm just gonna switch off just for 7 days, just take some time out like I normally do, usually around end of Feb or beginning of March. Well, it's usually beginning of March because it's Claire Bear's birthday as well, so it's a nice time to just go away for a little bit, recharge the batteries, to be honest, I think the holiday will be spent just trying to like dry from the last 54 days of, well, 53 days of rain that we've been constantly having. Some parts of Britain flooded. It's just pretty crazy, isn't it? But there we go. But how are we doing? I hope you're all well. For those that don't know, welcome to RAF Coningsby. Plans to build the airfield was in 1937 until eventually was finally built on November the 4th, 1940, and the station, again, station or base, traditionally and historically it's station, as a historical word and terminology, but amazing. Again, picking up some amazing books and just reading. And do you know what I like doing? I like cross-referencing something. So if it said like a particular squadron was here, I'll have a look at the squadron's history, just see if it lines up, because the perils of the internet can lead you astray and give you the wrong information. And of course, with the addition of AI, it just makes it absolutely really bad out there, to be honest, especially when it comes to aviation. Those claiming that particular aircraft are flying around, and they're not. One of the things I always look out for is real discreet stuff like the roundels, the US Air Force insignia, the United States star on the Air Force. It's upside down on one of these AI images, and it's like it's upside down, and two roundels. I doubt that they would have two roundels. They haven't had two roundels since 1941. Just things like that, that I always look out for. But always ask if you're unsure of any questions regarding the history or how aircraft work, or a particular aircraft that you got in mind. But yeah, February 1941 was the first residence of Coningsby, and I always like to turn the camera around just to show you the very first aircraft that was here. It's amazing what we've got today, and it's lovely to have. I remember last time talking about the history, and we had what was it? I can't remember what was having an engine run in the background, and you could hear it quite well. Do you remember that? Actually, we ain't got time for history because something is taxiing out. Never mind. I'll tell you what, let me quickly show you it. How funny was that? You can see that one. It was indeed the Handley Page Hampden with 106. And there we go. 4,000 pound of payload, crew of 4. And it was here, that was the first one. And it looks like we've got 41 Squadron Seek and Destroy. Nice and cool, that. Yeah, so 106 Squadron arrived 23rd of Feb 1941. So it took a few months for the first residents of Coningsby, shall we call it. Actually, to be honest, I think that's the only one that was spooling, but we've got lots of canopies up. Tell you what, nice sky for a PTO. Right, looks like the C-47's been refueled. Gone past. Hey, how you doing? All right?
Right.
Good. Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow, actually. The rents should be good. Thursday and Friday, I've yet to commit where I'm going yet. So one day at a time. One take off at a time, innit? Corley, how you doing? Steve Corley, how you doing? Thanks for sending photos of your wonderful moggies, your feline creatures there. Love them. I am a cat fan and have been, but with what I do now, I never got another one. It was quite heartbreaking for those that know, those who've had pets, whether any pet really, if you've had a pet, becomes part of, integrated as part of the family, and it's very heartbreaking. And the work I was doing with this in mind, definitely wouldn't be able to commit to having a pet unless I bring it with me. But I don't encourage pets and aircraft. It's a bit loud for pets. We're plane spotting, so probably scare the life out of them. Unless, of course, you bring your dog to Coningsby, actually in the base, because that is an old tradition. So it is tradition, and you are allowed to bring your dog onto an RAF station. It is an old tradition, and it's still practiced today. I don't know if you knew that, but you do now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can see at least 5 canopies up. There we go. Send it. No PTO on this one. Crew, how you doing? You can hear them now. They're beefy toe, hedgehog toe team. There they are. Just going past. This one's dedicated to the hedgehog crew. Another important role. let's see what we're going to get. There's the pilot there doing their checks. The pilot will carry out an external check, checking the radome, checking the four planes, the landing gear inside, checking some of the drop tanks if they have them, checking the AMRAAMs, checking everything, having a quick external look, looking for any leaks or just making sure nothing's sort of hanging off. And then of course the pilot will do their checks inside the cockpit and the rear of the cockpit as well,
Bush time.
making sure that the pin on the pins have been released, taken off, covers have taken off, and inside the cockpit as well they'll remove the the HUD head-up display, and also just check the ejection seat, checking it of course, not doing anything with it, and yeah. And then when they're ready, they've got a load of checks to do on startup. They've got to request startup from tower. They won't let them start up just like that. You can't just start up an aircraft. And that's the same with any, whether civilian or military. You cannot start. There are various frequencies you can communicate. So when you hear switch to tower, switch to departures, contact tower, or contact departures, contact arrivals, they're given a certain frequency, because if there was only one frequency, it will just get cogged up and no one will be able to. Ground frequency, ground and tower usually are the ones that they'll use. This is for civilian, this is universal, so they may switch over and change and between frequency to frequency, so they'll have to request with ground. If they can request startup, ground will call back and say yes or no, clearance to do so, and then they'll get departure details from tower, so they'll say switch to tower once you get to your holding point. So there's a lot of difference. If you hear you know, line up and wait, those that are pilots would know exactly that they would have need to have done all their checks. The last thing you want to do is to be at that pilot level and not be ready when you're told to be lined up and to wait for your departure. So holding point is where you hold, line up and wait is where you literally like carry on to the piano keys, as they say, to that point, and line up and wait, and then you wait for departure. There are occasions where you can go straight on, but that's obviously like QRA and stuff like that. So, but that's trying to keep it universal with military and civilian as well. So there are holding points, A to Z, with numbers, taxi areas. Lakenheath's quite an interesting one. They're told to, sometimes they can be told to taxi to Whiskey, to Sierra, to this, to that, and you know, hold short, off runway, whichever. You know, there's loads of different things that they can do. So hold short or line up and wait, that kind of thing. So lots of instructions, and tower or ground will say switch to. When you hear switch to, the pilot would need to switch frequency, otherwise they're not going to get heard, or they're not going to hear any other instructions, and they'll be waiting for a long time. So there you go. So lots of different things that goes on. So you cannot just start up your aircraft. Once you've landed as well, you wait. You cannot just taxi all the way back. You will get a bit of a telling off. You don't want to be that person. Trust me, I've heard things on radios and stuff like that before. You don't want to be that one, but of course I think it's a little bit different if you're a very, very busy airport. Wing Nuts, Foxy Killers, Alex Black Cat, Steve McDonald, Stephen Corley, how you doing? Margot, got Steve F35 fan, how you doing? Jay Bolton, Steve Evans, Air Godzilla, David, Willie Stevie Boy, Dieter, Avo Al, James DS, Gaz Wilkes. Right, here we go. So, got a few more departures, and day complete, done all right. Didn't get any history done. It's been quite busy, really. Yeah, my thoughts on the C-47 doesn't look too good at the moment. The ground crew seem to have gone now, so it could be just getting towed back. But hey, never say never. You just never know. Even the Chipmunk might come back out, who knows? Or even I can't wait to see the Spitfire, whichever one it is. Welcome Home AB 910 as well, that's a nice one. Very, very, very tasty. Hi again, how you doing? Hope you're good. Sharon Pilkington, welcome to the show. I know you're a big fan of the Coningsby shows. Big shout out to all those that have shared the streams as well. Really, really nice. There's nothing more proud to see you just supporting the channel externally or passively in some ways, if that's the right word. You know, I'm there just having a look at social media and someone shared one of my videos or streams. It's such a cool thing, that. Thank you very much. Got Just Plain Nuts from South Coast. What up? So Coningsby is one of 2 QRA stations. So this is QRA South number 2. We've also got QRA station number 1 north at Lossiemouth, and there is another one, but that's all the way at the Falkland Islands. RAF Mount Pleasant, looking after the skies of the Falklands. You know how it is. Davey, oi oi to you. How you doing, man? Nice 2-ship coming. Here we go. Startups. Not coping very well here. Like the flags, you've got blue, red on the starboard side, and it'll be red, blue on the tail. You'll see it in a sec. Opposites. That's how a flag flies, and that's how it applies. You know how it is. Time it right to get both in one. Almost, wasn't it? So the project was indeed the Eurofighter. First flight 94. Didn't get the name Typhoon until the Farnborough Air Show in September of 1998. They kept the theme with wind phenomenons, so like the weather wind phenomenons of, like, the last was the tornado. So they kept that theme with Typhoon. Of course, we've had lots of wind formation and phenomenons and weather formations, such as the Tempest. What else we've had? The Whirlwind. That's cool, isn't it? Had that as well. Also had Hurricane. So through history, they do like to keep them themed. Sometimes birds as well are used, such as eagle, falcons, raptor, which is a bird of prey. Anything that stings, hornet, mosquito. If you've got any others, whack them on. Also, another theme was names of towns and cities, right? Windsor, York, Manchester, Lancaster, Stirling. Warwick. So they do keep them themed. It's very interesting because someone did ask me that, what gives them the name and stuff like that. It's quite amazing actually. Blenheim. And what other themes have there been? Maybe I'll have to get my World War II book. It's funny when you're trying to remember everything. The Cyclone, that's another one, wasn't it? We've had Cyclone as well. We had Cyclone? Something like that. Have we had that before? Or was that the one that was scrapped? Yeah, probably. Just trying to think of other. Lightning, that's an obvious one. I should have known that one. Thunderbolt, lightning. The Handley Page Hayford, named after where it was built in Hayford. There you go, just a little idea there. Poseidon? Yeah, I suppose you got Poseidon, Hercules, gods and goddesses, right? Another bird, hawk. Forgot about that one. Hawk. That fits in the bird category. So yeah, lots of categories. They do like to keep them themed. That's where I was going with it. Yeah, it's got to sound mean, isn't it? I mean, check out. What about the walrus? Yeah. What about the supermarine walrus? Well, I suppose they're not going to be called, like, you know, it's not going to be called the Eurofighter butterfly, are they? It's not really, doesn't have that appeal, you know. You know, the Boeing butterfly doesn't really have that, you know, that bite, you know, or the or the Eurofighter apple. You know, really, you know, what are you going to do with that? Chuck it in a slingshot? You know, it's got to have a little bit of, you know, it's got to have a good name. It's, you know, I think names are important, personally, you know. If going to combat. Oh yeah, what did you get shot down by? Oh, I got shot down by the Supermarine Butterfly. I mean, you know, just, you know, you might have to just erase that and just, you know, change it to something like the Arachnid or something. That's a good name. Arachnid. For me, that's got to go on the Osprey. That's another one. I was just about to say Osprey. That goes into the bird category. But there's the AWCU chasing off. Go on, son. Oh yes. Ow. Yes. Anyway. Margot, I suppose vampire goes into things that bite. Yeah, so Vulcan will fit under the gods and goddesses of mythology, wouldn't it? Atlas is another one. So that's the C-47 been towed back in now. I can see the hangar doors opening. Kevy, how you doing? Yeah, Lincoln, that will go under towns and cities. Got the Airspeed Oxford. So you've also got names of, if I remember right, I think I came across Hamden. I pronounce it Hamden, or whichever. I think Hamden was a person, and I think Anson may have been something on the lines of commemorating Admiral George Anson. You may have names as well. So bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. It could be names as well and tributes. Yeah, Anson, that's a good one. I think I came across Hampton doing the same thing. I can't remember who that was. But anyway. but I'm pretty sure it was named after an admiral or something like that. I literally, it was a quick guess. Cats, yeah, good one. Jaguar, Puma, that's a good one. Tiger, was there a tiger? Tiger moth. That's a moth. Tiger moth, that's a good one. I like that. Halifax, great. That goes town cities. A cap. I'll tell you what. Who's put that? Who's put camel? That is brilliant. Yeah, I don't know. I know it's an animal. I get it, but I just don't imagine it to fly. That's a good one. And then you've got Jetstream and Dominique to fit in. Jumbo. Hey! Talking about Jimbo and the Jet Sets. Hey! Is it Jimbo and the Jet Sets? He was good. I like Jimbo. I used to love watching Jimbo. Who remembers Jimbo and the Jet Sets? Jimbo! Jimbo! And then you got Walrus, haven't you? I mean, that's a classic. But then again, they were like, you know, sea boats. I get it. So I get the theme here. Canberra, another town name, or city, sorry. F5 Tiger, Venom. Yes, this is good. This is good. Javelin, that's a good one. That's a good one. It was shaped like, and you had Delta Dart as well. So, yeah, I like this. I like trying to categorise where they go. I mean, for a bomber, right? Sorry for the little, you know, like, you've got to use your imagination. What about a Supermarine? No, I'll tell you what, a Boeing. Should we go with Boeing? What should we go? Should we go Avro? Let's go with an Avro Seagull. I mean, Seagull's really good at bombing and taking chips. So you could call it the, the Seagull. I don't think we've ever had Seagull. What about a Crow? Has there been a plane called the Crow? No? Any takers? This could get messy. I'm going to have to switch conversation. Swordfish, classic. Camel with wings. Well, they did horse with wings. So this is the argument with Pegasus and the cockatrice. They had a bit of a fallout. But there we go. Curtis Mohawk. Classic. Swift. So, Davey, the Flying Fortress, you probably know this. So the name the Flying Fortress was given by, and it wasn't by Boeing at all. It was actually by a reporter who said, literally, this looks like some sort of flying fortress because of the amount of guns this thing had. So Boeing were quick to snap that name up and actually get a patent for it, and then actually registered it as their own intellectual property. I'm not sure if you knew that, but there we go. The Supermarine Pigeon, like that, Hawker Pigeon. Buzzard, yeah. I mean, 29 Squadron are the buzzards, so that would be quite nice to call it a buzzard. I mean, they're huge. Yeah, Davey knows that one. I thought you might. B-25 Mitchell. See, that's another one with names. That one, the B-25, I'm pretty sure that was to honour Brigadier General William Billy Mitchell. He was a pioneering US Army officer and a champion of air power as well, who advocated for stronger air forces and proved airplanes could sink battleships. And just a little fact there, I believe It is the only American military aircraft named after a specific person. Check that out. Did you know that? That's right, the B-25 is the only American military aircraft named after a specific person. That's a good one. Who put that? Who put Mitchell? Cariad F9H. Spot on. Well done. So, yeah, so I was just thinking I was going to go and switch now to Luftwaffe, and there aren't... Good, you might know, man. There weren't many that had names, so surely the 109, it was just called 109, it wasn't anything else, right? And then you got the 190. I know they had the nickname, I know nicknames, I get that, but not all of them. Like the ME11, ME110s, I don't think they had. So the Salamander, that's a good one, but like the Halton 229, other stuff like that, they didn't have many. I don't know, I might be wrong, but I don't know about the trend of naming the aircraft. Yeah, Gaz Wilkes mentioned Raptor in the birds, their birds of prey. ME262, the Schwalbe. Yep. Insects, wasps, mosquitoes, hornets. The Havilland Hornet was nice. Very good. Came out a little bit late, but there we go. That's what happens. Oh, what about the Gloucester Gladiator? That's classic. Brilliant. I love the names that get given. They're really good. So the whole point of what I don't even know where we got to this, but we were just trying to remember that they are oh, I know what it was. The Typhoon was called Typhoon in '98, and it was to carry on the weather wind phenomenons. Interesting how it's not called the Typhoon 2, because of course the Hawker Typhoon. It's an interesting one, but it's optional. You don't have to put that. It is true, because the Royal Air Force operated the Hawker Typhoon, and now they've got the Eurofighter Typhoon. So, very interesting. Or is it? BF108, nice one. Typhoon, yeah, nice one. suppose they never really, I don't know, I'm just trying to think that maybe the evolution of aircraft never really thought about. Maybe they didn't even get to. I mean, it's one thing building the very first aircraft in the very early 20th century, and next minute we're naming them, so it's quite remarkable, really. Yeah, man. More startups, more departures coming up. So this another set. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Thanks everyone who's hit the like button. Over 1,000 likes again, and as of yesterday, it's over 60 million views. Pretty cool, isn't it? Can't wait to get 100 million views. That'll be quite spectacular. But onwards and upwards for the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we go. So I've got Comedy Ted with me all week this week, so brace yourselves. And he's already caused a bit of mischief this morning and this afternoon, so look out for him. Two more to leave the floor. Hope you've enjoyed today. It's been good fun. Nice mix with the C-47. If we've got another startup, why not? Bring it on. Here we go. Version Typhoon, here we go. One. Oh, it is this one. The T3 Typhoon. Typhoons arrived here on the 19th of May 2005. Number 17 Squadron arrived with the Typhoon. 29 as well, chosen to be the OCU. 17 Squadron are still active today. They fly the F-35B as a test and evaluation squadron at Edwards Air Force Base in the United States. one Dieter. Another question. What was your best ever aviation movie scene that comes up into your mind? Because I bet there are lots of them. Oh, very good. Aviation movie scene. Oh man, that's quite interesting, and there's quite a lot. There's going to be a lot there to think about. See you later. I tell you what, one of the most poignant scenes. Yeah, I tell you what, it is the most nail-biting scene ever. That I mean, I had goosebumps. I was on the edge of my seat. But it's not quite aviation, but it involves aviation. Does that make sense? And I'll tell you what, and I'll give you a more light-hearted one. For me, I don't know if you've seen it. It's an amazing movie, and it's military. It is military. There are quite a few planes in it. For me, it's got to be the last scene of Unbroken, where I thought, oh my word, they're all going to get slaughtered. And the B-29s went right over them and did that wing wave. For me, that was like, oh, thank goodness for that. It was like such a statement, because that aircraft is a proven statement, that aircraft, that B-29. So it's quite deep, but I'll always have that moment in my life where I always replay that in my head, because it was like a complete relief. And I mean, that movie's amazing. If you've not seen it, yeah, it's something else, that film. And then on a lighter note, it's got to be Hangman saving the day at the end of Maverick. I love that scene. It's my favourite. I love that. Again, it was like when he apologises and then Hangman saves the day. I love that bit. Doing all right.
We saw you at Lincolnshire. My husband's car isn't starting. What are you jumping?
I don't know. Oh gosh, what, the blue one here?
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh, hang on. I know what I've got. I think I've still got it. I've got a jump start, but I think it's in here. It's again to Claire. Give me a second.
That was quite nice. Stay confident. Not often you get 9 a go, isn't it?
Swap it between Claire. Use one of these? No. Okay, I've got those. No, without doing that. I might be live.
Sorry.
You're well, that's fine. Don't mind. I'm about to end anyway. Hopefully this will work for you. But here you go, live, fixing the car live. What is that? You like that? There you go. Saving the day live. Right, back to my work. Don't worry. Oh dear, that was hilarious. There you go. The good news is I've managed to fix a car live. No problem. That was brilliant. Yeah, take care, buddy. Yes, I'll be there. Yeah, well, yes, looking forward to that. No problem at all. Yeah, give it a few minutes. Well, there you go. Ted fixing the day. Flat battery. I thought yeah, I don't have jump lead, but I totally forgot. We packed this little jump starter pack for our holiday next month. But I thought I packed it because we need that. We're not going anywhere without that. But I've actually forgotten it. Luckily I did because it was in my van. There we go. So yeah, got this from Amazon. One of these, absolutely lifesaver. Absolute lifesaver. Brilliant. There you go, they're off. No worries. Take care. Check that out, man. And that's why I have one with me, because I know, you know, the amount of people that I come across, there's going to be a situation where there's going to be a car down. So this is again, oh this is in, is there one, is there just the one in there? There's two. It's interesting. Not seen a two, you know, a Davey, I'll bring it to Leeming, alright? Oh man. Yeah, honestly, they are a lifesaver. I honestly get one. They're not that expensive. Let's have a look. Yeah, $39.99 Amazon, so £40. You know, that's pretty cool, isn't it? There's one at 60. There's loads of different ones, but that's the one I've got. I paid, it was the £40 one. You know, and you just charge it with a USB, man. Charge it USB like you do with your phone or whatever, and then it will go to full battery. It's got a little boost button. I didn't even know it had that. So I hope they're all safe and well. Ted, you know, Ted and I fixing things as best as we can. There you go. Well, I think you're going to need a bigger power bank, but I guess in some ways it's similar to an APU, right? But I'm going to need more than 2,000 amps, whatever it is on that. See. seen it, not seen the Typhoon T3 on a taxi training run. Normally they're on their own. There we go, what a day we've had. It's been brilliant, and that's pretty much us done for the rest of the day. Ted, let's ride, mate. Let's ride out. I love that. Cool. So you're right with that, Ted, bless him. Jay Bolton, cuppa for Nicholas, salmon cake for Ted. Bless your heart, thanks Jay Bolton, thanks for the super Guards March. And Nikos, let's have a look. Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry, I'm going to have to put Ted's flag down because it is absolutely bit punching. I feel like Ted's gonna take off. Let's have a look. Nicholas, why do they run the engine up before turning it off on the piston aircraft? I've seen that after warm-ups. The dragsters do. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Why do they run the engine up before turning it off on a piston aircraft? What? I'm not really sure what you mean. What, they just run it and then just turn it off again, like completely, and that's it? That's the end, or do they take off? Or let me know. If you just elaborate, I'll be happy to answer that. So, just trying to think. I know it needs to reach a certain. It depends on the aircraft. Depends on the piston aircraft, but it does need to reach certain stages on those piston engines. They need to read, on the rads. The rads need pressure, oil pressure, all that kind of thing. They need to get to a certain stage before they can commence, if that's what you meant. OS2 Map, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining. Guards March. And Aaron, big 19 months to you as well. Guards March. I think we are done, Teddy. So, yeah, sorry, just trying to, let me try and read your question again. Yeah, if it's what I think you're trying to say, I think it's to do with the oil pressure, just trying to generate the pressure around the pistons. I think it's something to do with that, if that's what you meant, while they start them up and run them. Yeah, because at the end of the day, the oil is of course a natural lubricant, so it is to do with that, if that's what you meant on that. So it's got to be able to pump all that oil all the way around all those components, so that'll be why, if that's what you meant anyway. Anyway, right, in the meantime, Ted and I are completely done. Right, thank you very much, RAF Coningsby. Thank you very much for today, and all our fans and members, thank you so much. A salute to all of you. So thank you very much. Right, we're off then, and we'll see you tomorrow on the next one. So my name's Nikos, cameraman, historian, commentator, and car mechanic. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and our year. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.